Hello, welcome to Automat Live Coding. For those who don't know, Automat is a program for automatically playing games. It's for macros, essentially. You can... it's an older version which has a bunch of issues. Okay, I will just not resize this. So in Automat, we can record macros, we can play them back, my hands are here, we can loop them, I can do something like this, and the macro will run in a loop. The macros can press mouse buttons, react to hotkeys, like I could connect it to F1, and when I press F1, you can see it activates. So this is what we are working on this stream. Desktop automation app meant to play games. So repeatedly doing some actions like in gacha games, for instance, this kind of stuff. Farming, it's an environment for making bots, kind of. Anyway. Recently, we messed up a little bit in the rendering layer of Automat. We fixed some bugs, we made things more efficient. So now we can record commands to Vulkan in parallel. We can have multiple threads recording kind of commands for the GPU to execute. This is really nice. The stuff that we have right now, it's still not there because we still have this issue where when things are rendering in the background and the GPU is just very busy doing some heavy rendering job, we cannot show the next frame. So this is something we still have to fix, but it's going to introduce probably even more issues, so before I do any new features, we have to fix the existing bugs, because we have quite a lot of them. So right now, Automat has some issues starting. It has roughly 50% chance to start when you run it. And it worked, right? So now I can see the current version of Automat. But when I attempt this a couple of times, eventually it's going to fail. Oh, it's working. It's working. Working. Oh yeah, and now it crashed. So this is the bug that I want to start with this abort. I want to start with this because I've already managed to reproduce it. So here we have a debugger attached to a running Automat. This is a running Automat. And here we have a bunch of threads. So our renderer thread, it's not the main thread, but it's a very important thread. It's good to start from this position here. So this thread is actually stopped on this line. So we are in the render frame function, and we just send all of the widgets which are going to be displayed on screen to the recorder threads. Recorder threads are responsible for recording commands for those widgets. And we are waiting for the responses from those recorders. And here are our recorders. There are 4 of them. When I decrease this number to just 1, it starts working. So there have to be multiple recorders, only then the issue happens. And I guess probably the more recorders, the more likely the bug is to happen. There is clearly some concurrency issue. So let's look what the recorders are doing. The issue happened in recorder 2, but the thing with concurrency issues is that usually the issue is in a different thread. So let's keep that in mind. This recorder 2 is what crashed. It is very likely that something else is causing the problem. So recorder number 0 is here. So we are calling recorder snap. It's thread ID 0, and we are recording the yin-yang icon widget. This is part of this toggle button that can be toggled on and off. So it has this yin-yang icon, okay. Number 79. Recorder 1. It's in the same line. The snap is the heaviest function here, so obviously this is where all of the translation from vector graphics to Vulkan commands happens. This is the heaviest part. This is what we wanted to parallelize, actually, this single invocation. Okay, and this thread is rendering widget 81, another yin-yang icon. Okay. Recorder 2, the one which actually hit the issue, is recording widget number 80, colored button. Okay, all of those things, they start to paint a picture, but let's look at the last VK recorder. Okay, this is the thread number 3 is recording widget number 82, also colored button. Colored buttons. There is one place where we are using yin-yang icons, and this is the flip-flop thingy. So something weird is happening here. The colored button, which is being used here, it's having those issues. Okay, I'll do some short break and be right back. Okay, so I would like to take a look at the object where a crash happens is colored button. So when we are recording commands for this colored button, we are hit with this assertion failed. Okay, so there is some runtime effect that we are deallocating. Okay, let's look at colored button and specifically its draw function. How is the drawn? So we are getting some colors and drawing button face. Okay, one important thing is we are expecting SK runtime effect. Actually, SK runtime shader to happen here. Okay, this runtime effect could be related to the child object, right? But okay, maybe I could somehow access the SKSL code of this runtime effect. Yeah, this runtime shader. has no name. I could assign names to those runtime shaders. Maybe that would make them easier to see. Okay, there are 3 uniforms. Okay, so this is a compiled program, kind of. Okay, maybe by uniforms we will be able to say what's that. So we have one float 2, one matrix, and another regular float. Surface resolution. Time. Okay, it has to be this. So this is the shader which is giving us problems. So this runtime shader Okay, I think I know what's the issue. We probably didn't properly... Okay, that doesn't make much sense. I'm thinking that maybe the issue is semaphores, because this toggle widget, it has a bunch of children, right? Child widgets, but it only shows one at a time. So maybe we are not tracking both of them, so we are not creating this dependency graph correctly. But that cannot be the issue, because that would only happen at the GPU side. So what is happening? We are doing our flash, and I guess we are almost finished with flashing everything. And at this point we can deallocate the paint which was used to draw the child object. Okay, a surface should be thread safe, I think. The actual crash is that when we are deallocating this runtime shader, we are deleting each part of this. So the shader is, I think, disposable. For every frame we are creating a lot of those runtime shaders. Runtime effects are rare. So this is just a tiny struct. That has a pointer to the child. And I guess it shouldn't be used here, it should be part of the runtime shader. Fascinating. This could be interesting. These late-bound uniforms. Okay, so when we are deallocating those child pointers, we eventually deallocate this fchild. And this is where assertion fails. This reference count is uninitialized. It was not set to anything. This means that this frame.surface is empty. There is nothing here. It would be weird. You know what, I will try to run this a couple more times and I will see how stack traces look. Because this is just one example. Okay, again, colored button. We are releasing this shader. Yep, the same, exactly the same. But now this pointer actually has an invalid address. Okay, so we are recording this yin yang icon. So what's happening in this yin yang icon thread? You know what? I think I know what's the issue. Or maybe I don't. The issue only happens on the first frame, when we start rendering. Okay, so our yin-yang icon is actually compiling some shaders. Interesting. This is everything that this yin-yang is doing. Apparently it has to do some SKSL thingies. And this looks like a vertex shader for the path. So before compiling SKSL, we need to create this compiler. So I guess some other node is waiting for this compiler. But okay, the issue is still with child pointers. They should not be deallocated. API isn't great. Okay, maybe this hold is causing the issues.
Jarek Jaro says.
Hi, I'm learning C and want to programming 2D and 3 graphics, but don't know from which library should I start.
Hey. That's a tough question. This is a rabbit hole, actually. Because whatever library you will pick, you will always find some deficiencies in there. And this eventually always leads you to writing your own engine or Vulkan wrapper or something like that. Super old story. If you want to write games, go for a game engine and don't bother with this other stuff. Because, yeah, starting with tutorials, it just creates this temptation of doing this right, because none of them is perfect. I mean, I think I also suffer from this a little bit, but this is probably the reason I'm debugging the concurrency issues right now.
I thought about SFML.
92 UFOV says.
Hey. SFML, I don't know SFML myself. I thought this is just a very thin wrapper to the windowing system, right? Oh no, this is actually a proper... Okay, looks decent. Like, one thing which I look at is the API as simple as possible, and clearly it is here. So this simplicity is basically unheard of in the world of C++. Oh wow, and you also get the event loop to yourself. Wow. Okay, I don't know SFML myself, but just the quick look at examples. It seems way better than anything I know.
Jarek Jaro says.
Of course, OpenGL and Vulkan is more advanced, and I can do much more with those.
Possibly. I'm not so sure. Like, after fighting with Vulkan for such a long time, it feels to me that Vulkan is just very cumbersome, not necessarily more efficient or anything like that. I mean, not more efficient. I mean, if you use SFML, like if you do this texture object through SFML, there is not much you can do more efficiently. You know that what SFML is doing. It's probably like allocating some buffer in Vulkan, uploading the texture, decoding and uploading the texture, which is exactly what you would do if you were doing this kind of stuff. The thing about Vulkan is that you build those graphs of, like, those pipelines, they are called, they are essentially processing graphs, like how the data flows through your system. When you build this graph, you have to take care of proper synchronization, you have to take care of uploading the data properly, and the thing is, the APIs that Vulkan uses, this graph, in principle, it's very simple. Like, it's just, you have a step where you render a bunch of triangles with some parameters. It's like, it could be visualized very easily, for example, in this data flow system. C++ is just not just C++. The Vulkan API is just a terrible fit for a graphical pipeline programming. It makes all of this way more difficult than it should be. I will do one more thing. Okay, I think this runtime effect builder is a terrible API. So I want to avoid it. I'm just putting assert here. Okay, let's try debugging this again. And I want to remove this. So this error which I'm observing in the debugger, it looks like somebody deallocated this frame surface while we have been still rendering. So we are initializing this to null, irrelevant, irrelevant. Okay, so maybe this is the issue. Okay. I'll be right back. I have no idea if this is the reason. Because the reference to this surface should be properly maintained still. It's weird. The allocation, so we don't have the issues with the surface being gone, but with the child pointer. Okay. Relink and oh, that's interesting. Oh, yeah. Whatever, copy paste is better than some crazy syntax. Okay. Sorry, what? Shader compilation issues? So this is my hash function, yeah. Line 38. Oh, okay, so when I'm passing the name, I cannot use slashes. That's fine. I need to hold the name because I'm putting it in a string view argument. Anyway, stop. Relink and restart. Okay, now it's working. So let's try again. It will fail eventually. We have to hit some kind of edge condition, or maybe we fixed it with the change that we've done here. Who knows? Works again. I will try to run it 10 times. If it works 10 times, then I guess the issue fixed itself. Worked 3 times now. Four. Five. 6. Seven. Eight. Okay, that was 9, and if it works 10th time, I guess it was the issue with this runtime effect builder that we had. Yeah. Okay. We somehow fixed it. Sweet. Okay, I guess this is the first bug fixed, but we fixed it, which I guess it shows that there was some kind of issue with reference management in our runtime effect builder. Switching to this one helped. I will use this in more places. I'm thinking about making this optional because this would make it easier to kind of ignore the error if it happens. But I don't think we should. Okay. Bundle menu should be also fixed now. I don't know if it had this issue, but if it did, it should be fine now. Yeah. Cool. So now I should be able to actually remove this. Yeah, we had this array of runtime effect builders. This is what must have been causing the issues. I think there is a nicer way to write this. Now we have changed so many things. I think we should commit some of them. This renderer init. Okay, I guess it makes sense to put it here. I mean, after window is created. It probably also makes sense to put more of this into renderer init. Okay. This is obviously the file which changed the most. We will clean up those submits. The plan is that we will have very few submits here. Sync here. Can we skip it? Okay, what else can we do? What's on our list? Next are the missing surface messages. Those are quite mysterious messages. No clue where they could be coming from. So those messages would happen if an object says that it has a texture, that it wants to be rendered to a texture. But for some reason we never created this texture. Okay, so we'll take a look at this missing surface error, but first I found an interesting article I wanted to take a look at, so within a break I guess we could take a quick look at this. Okay, it seems there is a generation issue. Okay, let's just read it. So, Software is important to people. Most of us spend our workdays in front of computers. We use the computer in our pocket and okay, introduction. The apps we use are almost exclusively mass market, sold on an app store, made for thousands, if not millions of users. If they are enterprise apps, they are custom built for hundreds of thousands of dollars. But there isn't really any equivalent for homemade software, apps made lovingly by you, for your friends and family. Apps that aren't polished or flashy, but are made to your preference and help you with your particular needs. We're John and Pontus, and we've been exploring the potential of homemade software together. That would work, I think it's very easy for technical people to overestimate technical proficiency of general population. This could work, this to some degree works with apps like stuff like Excel or game servers. You know, when there is a group of friends who play a game, it's actually kind of common for some of them to like set up servers. It's not often the case with websites, but we have to restart TTS. Yeah, this homebrew software. It happens, but mostly when there are applications that support it. Like Microsoft Excel is probably the biggest one. Okay, we've ended up creating a research prototype that we call Scrappy, a tool for making scrappy apps just for you and your friends. First and foremost, we aim to contribute a vision of what homemade software could be like. We want to make this vision as concrete as we can by sharing a working tool and examples of apps made in it. Scrappy, in its current state, is a prototype, not a robust tool, but we hope it paints a picture we carry in our heads of software as something that can be creative, personal, and expressive, made by anyone, for themselves and their loved ones. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, this is very cool. I think a lot of people who learned programmers who kind of learned how powerful computers can be, how transformative they can be, wish that they were easier to use. This is a big problem, and everybody who tries to solve this issue, yeah, I think we all agree about this. There is a great potential in computers which is still untapped because of the complexity that is there. So, what is Scrappy? It may not be clear what a Scrappy app for you and your friend means. What kind of apps are these? Let us paint a picture with a few examples. We call them scraps. Arithmetic practice for a kid in elementary school. When outgrown, the scrap can be extended with harder problems. Here is the app. Cool. Attend the counter for a local event. The counter state is shared, so the scrap can be used to let people in and out at multiple entrances. This is a nice use case. Meeting cost clock. To help meetings stay on track. A scrap like this can be put together in 15 minutes and shared with coworkers right away. Salary doesn't include everything, so I think this could also multiply it by 2 or 3. So, a weekly chore tracker. Let roommates flexibly swap weeks while making sure to track who's up next to keep things fair. This is actually not easy, writing something like that. Nice. So these scraps, I guess they need synchronization for this use case to work, and they need some persistent storage for this use case to work. What is it like to make an app in Scrappy? Scrappy is an infinite canvas of interactive objects. The workflow is similar to an app such as Figma, Miro or Google Slides, except you can attach behaviors to the objects. So this is the infinite canvas, and those are the objects that we are moving around. You drag objects out on the canvas, a button, a text field, a few labels. Select an object and you can modify its attribute in an inspector panel. Certain objects, like buttons, have attributes like when clicked that contain JavaScript code. When the button is clicked, the code is run. Maybe it records the contents of the text field to a label that acts as a log. You build your app step by step, tweaking and rearranging the objects and attaching a little bit of code to them. There is no better way to get a feeling of an authoring environment than to see someone use it in action. In the following videos, I'm making an attendee counter for an event. The basics. I start out by adding a number field to track the number of attendees, and 2 buttons for recording people entering and exiting the venue.
I'm going to use Scrappy to build a small app for tracking the number of attendees at an event. So I'll be able to enter people as they enter the building and exit them as they leave. To start out, I'll create a number field to track the number of attendees. I'll call that attendees. And I'll make a button to enter someone to the event. So when the button is clicked, it'll currently say ahoy world, but I can change this behavior and instead make it increase the value of the attendees field by 1, like this. So now when I click, it increases the value. And let's just make an exit button too. I'll alt drag to copy this, and I'll change the behavior to subtract 1 instead, and I'll say exit. So now we can enter.
The user interface is decent because some actions can be changed by directly clicking on the canvas, like double clicking to change the text.
And exit people from the event.
Next, reactive formulas. Next I add a field to the venue's capacity. Okay, this is new. And a warning when too many people have been let in. I use a reactive formula to control the visibility of the warning and the border color of the field. I guess we can imagine it works like Visual Basic, except the script is kind of edited in line here. A shared persistent world. Without any extra work, Scrappy apps are multiplayer. App state is persisted and synced, like users expect from online documents like Google Sheets or Figma.
The venue we're tracking attendees for has 2 entrances, and so it would be nice if this app was not just running on one person's phone tracking the number of people coming in and out, but on 2 people's phone and synced between them, so they can both know if there are too many attendees. And you get this for free with Scrappy. I can just copy the URL and send it to the other person's phone, and they get a view of the app which is synced, just like a Google document would be between the two people. And just like a Google document or a Google Sheet, Figma document, when I close the browser tabs, the app doesn't go away. If it still remembers all the values that I put in without me having to do any extra work. So when I open it, it's back exactly where I left it.
Nice. The app is always live. There is no distinction between editing and running. I can edit the app while a friend is using it.
There's also no
Makes sense.
distinction between editing and running. And so while someone is using the app, entering and exiting people, I can go in and edit. I can not only edit the capacity if I learn that actually we can let in a few more people. I can also add a new button. Maybe I'll make a reset button that will set the number of attendees to 0. And I can do this while someone else is using the app. There's no distinction between editing and running the app, and no distribution that I have to deal with.
Yeah, it looks so cool. It's like modern day Visual Basic. So selective sharing. I make a variant of the app that's limited only to entering and exiting people. This is done by putting a part of the app in a frame and sharing only that frame. The limited version is still linked to the main app.
So to share my Scrappy app with a friend or a colleague, I can copy the URL and send it to the friend, and they get a full working copy of the app, no user accounts required, nothing like that. And they can use it, and it's linked to the original. But sometimes you don't want to share the full app, you only want to share parts of the app. So in this case, maybe I want someone standing at the entrance of my venue to be able to enter and exit people, but I don't want them to be able to edit the capacity straight up. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull in a frame, and I'll make it big so it can hold the entire app. I'll copy by alt-dragging the entire app into the frame.
I like the names for objects. They are very memorable. Just random nouns, random words from the English language.
And now I don't want a reset button, so I'll remove that. And that goes away. And then I don't want these two fields to be editable, so I'll instead create a couple of labels. And I'll point the value of the capacity label to the original capacity, so now they're linked. And then I'll make this big like it was before, and I'll change that formula to link it to the original attendees value. And so now those are linked. And as you can see, we see it over here, but now I can, instead of sharing the URL to the full app, I will share a viewer URL to this specific frame. And I send that to my colleague standing at the entrance. They get a version of the app that is only that frame, and it's still connected, so I can go back here and in my sort of admin interface change the number of the capacity of the venue, and that updates live on the other end. So this is a great way to share parts of your app.
Yeah, this is amazing. It's such a simple thing. So there is probably quite a bit of machinery related to value propagation between different fields and synchronization of those values between client and server. I'm not sure there is that much data exchanged actually. In this case, the apps are small. It's just a tiny JSON file. Okay. Visible, tangible data. Here's what the meeting cost clock up shown above looks like when zoomed out, revealing a common pattern in scraps. Okay, so we see the sensitive state and like the public user interface kind of wrapped in a box. Outside the shared frame are a bunch of fields used to compute the cost of the meeting. This lets me see the data while I am working on the scrap, just like a spreadsheet, which is very helpful for debugging. And it makes future tweaking and remixing easier. So why make Scrappy? This project is driven by a desire to reimagine software creation and use. As part of a growing movement variously termed small computing, casual programming, and home-cooked software, we want to emancipate end users, to empower people to express themselves without requiring them to be heavy-duty programmers. To liberate the programming of computers from the priesthood to the layperson, as Bill Atkinson worded it. 100% true, couldn't agree more. We want to shift the world away from mass-market, industrially produced software toward more personal, even disposable tools that are designed for and readily modified and adapted to specific social context. Above all, we want to foster a sense of agency and to ultimately contribute to redistributing the means of software production. Yeah, that's an interesting take. We were inspired by the simplicity of tools like Notion, TLDraw, and MMM Page. What seems to be. Okay, this is just a website creator. Simple web pages. But wanted to empower people with richer interactivity and programming capabilities. However, knowing the strengths and limitations of the standard visual programming paradigms of blocks, for example, Scratch, Blockly, and Nodes and Wires, yeah, those are, by the way, the two dominant approaches for visual programming, and very few people try anything different. There is also this last one, which Automat is using, which is about object-oriented programming. And I think Scrappy is also largely object-oriented. It's not completely object-oriented because I see there is a lot of hidden data flow in the app. But the widgets on screen are where you store the data, essentially. Okay, we deliberately wanted to go down a different path. Instead, we drew direct inspiration from media with scripting environments. Both classic systems like HyperCard, Visual Basic, and Macromedia Director, as well as contemporary platforms like Dynamic Land and Minecraft, where the media with scripting exists in a shared online world. Yeah. I think this is great. The scripting bit, it's kind of necessary there because this is the element, this is the magic, like this is the element which actually makes the application work. But I think maybe it could be avoided to some degree, because the scripting, it forces the user to become programmer just a little bit, right? You don't have to be full-fledged programmer, you don't have to architect your app, but you still need to know the syntax of the language. And this is the difficult part, really. After you learn the syntax, programming becomes easy. I think it would be nice if we could avoid the scripting. I mean, do the same thing, do all of this, but the less script, maybe it's a spectrum, you know. We can do more scripting, I mean more formal language description of what should happen, And that would be one end of the spectrum, but on the other end of the spectrum, we would have more interactive exploration where you use different tools to do different types of programming tasks. The Scrappy, when I looked at it, I saw actually two different paradigms. There was a little bit of imperative and a little bit of data flow, because when this link button was clicked and some other property was specified here, it established a reactive flow of data between the source property and the target property. And in the click handlers, you get to enter procedural stuff. Those two behave slightly differently. It's nice that they are both so easy to use and so natural to use here. But this data flow, I think this data flow that was used to control the values of the labels, I'm not sure if, like in my language, I wouldn't call it scripting. I would call it differently, because to do this, you don't need to know syntax of the programming language. You need to kind of connect the two pieces together. Okay. Overall, our target user experience was that of productivity tool, specifically canvas-based tool, for example Figma, Miro and TL-Draw, rather than programming. And website and app builders, rather than programming and website and app builders. And actually, like a paragraph before, they mentioned that they want to emulate MMM page. Anyway, and we also wanted that kind of modern share link based real-time collaboration popularized by Google Docs and Figma. Yeah, URL is super powerful. Finally, while we acknowledge the capabilities of AI-centric systems that leverage LLMs for code generation, for example Lovable, Bolt New and TL-Draw Computer, we deliberately chose to focus our design on direct manipulation and user control. Yeah, it doesn't exclude LLMs. LLMs can still be part of this system, it's just the LLM is a tool for the user and the user is kind of in control. So who is Scrappy for? We are, as we were prototyping, it wasn't clear who the ideal user for Scrappy was. We left this open to see what we would learn from building the system. Eventually, a few potential personas revealed themselves. The process optimizer. In business environments, there is always some improvement that can be made using software, but the person who sees the process inefficiency likely can't make the software themselves, and involving a professional programmer is expensive. So what usually happens is that they make what improvements they can using tools they are familiar with, such as Excel. Yeah, this is why I mentioned this. Here Scrappy could be more powerful and flexible Excel while retaining familiarity and ease of use. True. And in Scrappy, I guess you could have tables like in Excel, which would make it even more, you have a very limited set of widgets, but in principle you could have a table here. Then we have teachers and students. Teaching programming requires teaching a multitude of inessential technical details. How to use the command line, how file systems work, how to set up the environment, dependency management, version control, servers and clients, and so on. With Scrappy, you can just create a button, write a line of code, and click the button to run the code. Which is a fair point, although from what I've seen from scratch, Scratch essentially does the same thing. And teachers like it, institutions like it, but students not necessarily. Because Scratch, by putting you in this child-proof sandbox, it also limits what you can do. So this is why students don't enjoy programming in Scratch. They would rather use something more capable, something that doesn't limit them to only drawing graphics. Something which is not a toy, like a language for adults. Okay, then we have ourselves. We are professional programmers who don't like programming. Why? Because all of the aforementioned complexity that adds friction to what could be so much simpler. When making mass market apps, we know we have to deal with that complexity, but when working on a fun hobby project, give us a break. Scrappy is that kind of break. Then there is DIYer. People like to customize their house, grow their own vegetables, sew their own clothes, build their own furniture. Scrappy is where DIY inclined person makes their own little apps for themselves and their friends. There is one missing point here, and this is the server, right? Scrappy runs on some kind of server. Depending on how Scrappy is kind of implemented, it could be an like open source local hosted tool or some kind of service. When it's run as a service, then I bet it's going to require some kind of subscription. So this is a big thing. I wonder how the authors see Scrappy going forward. Is this going to be something like a system service, like a part of the open source ecosystem that's deployed on every machine? Or is it going to be something that's only deployed on hosting providers, and hosting providers essentially charge subscription? I think to host it online, like a hosting provider seems to be necessary, because public IP and exchange of this data, the synchronization of data, this is what's expensive. Okay. As Scrappy solidified, we wanted to focus on one of these personas. There is a pull towards business use cases, since businesses are the most willing to pay for a product. But we believe the incentives there will lead us too close to existing products like Retool or Live Code. It doesn't look super. It's like a level below Scrappy, this tool. Just, if this is how it looks. Okay, and then there is Live Code. Okay, it is a red flag when an end-user programming environment doesn't show you how it looks. Okay, this is how it looks, I see. This is just programming. This is not. This is not quite end-user programming, this Live Code. Okay. So, Scrappy, really solid. Like, compared to those commercial tools, it's like it blows them out of the water right away. Even the current version. The teaching use case is compelling, but we believe it needs a better coding experience, discoverability, better error messages, debugger, which was out of scope for us, for now. We are itching to make stuff for ourselves in Scrappy, and we are strong believers in dogfooding, but most of our projects required features that would balloon the scope. The DIYer making homemade software is the least served by existing tools, and fits our vision of democratized computing the best. We decided this is where we could make the biggest contribution, the blue ocean strategy. Book published in 2005. They assert that the strategic moves outlined in the book create a leap in value for the company, its buyers and its employees, while unlocking new demand and making the competition irrelevant. The book presents analytical framework and tools to foster an organization's ability to systematically create and capture blue oceans, unexplored new market areas. An expanded edition of the book was published in 2015. Okay. Ideally, Scrappy would let anyone with basic computer literacy make a simple app and learn from there. This is not quite the case yet. Some JavaScript knowledge is required. Yeah, this is what I mentioned. If there was a way to avoid this JavaScript, that would be big. Maybe with LLMs, maybe, because writing a snippet of JavaScript is not a big deal, so maybe LLM could help with that. So today, the person making scraps from scratch is a programmer DIYer, but when a scrap is shared with friends, those friends can use it and remix it without needing programming experience. What should I make in Scrappy? Homemade Scrappy apps don't really exist today, so most people, including us, are not used to coming up with ideas for them. When faced with a problem that would make a great scrap, instead our minds go to, maybe there is an app for that, searching the web for one, giving up if we cannot find a good one. To start coming up with good use cases for Scrappy requires a shift to homemade mindset. To help you build that mindset, here is an assortment of ideas for scraps, some of which are not feasible in the current prototype of Scrappy, but should be. Custom flashcards, meeting agenda manager, day clock for person with dementia, online workshop facilitation, consulting time tracker, point-based voting for a board, receipt generator, simple word game, school grade calculator, interactive visual recipe, social quiz game, typing tutor, lyric writing aids, board game helper, wedding RSVP plus seating arrangement, dynamic opening hours display, family bulletin board, group travel planner, chore allowance calculator, chess clock productivity timer. Yeah. Absolutely. What makes a problem well suited for Scrappy? Here are some things they have in common. Shared with friends. While a scrap can be just for yourself, Scrappy really shines with multiple users, leveraging the shared persistent world. Some problems that would need setting up a backend server can be built in minutes in Scrappy. Needs tweaking as you go. Life changes and so does requirements. In Scrappy you can edit an app at any time, even while your friends are using it. While your friend is using it. No building, no deploying, no fuss. A sprinkle of computation. Scrappy shines when thought of as a shared document first, with a little bit of computation added on top. For complex systems with a lot of moving parts, we recommend reaching for traditional software engineering tools. This model of scraps, it's also a little bit like Automat works, and one limitation of this model that I've seen was when the amount of data that you are processing becomes flexible, when it grows and shrinks over time. This is when the object-oriented approach starts having issues. Like, there are basically two approaches for objects to work with variable amount of data. You can either model the extra data as new objects. So you have a system with lots of objects interacting together, collections of objects. This is the way that most programming systems, most object-oriented programming actually went. C++, Java. Objects in those systems, they essentially model data. There is a different approach for objects where an object represents not data itself, but an interface to data. So you can have a huge collection of data, but an object represents, for example, just the head, like head of a list, or a single element within this huge block of data. And fields on the object allow you to kind of navigate through this huge data structure. This last is what I'm going for in Automat. And I think this approach of having objects be just interfaces to data, this is the key for the complex applications. So I think complex applications are possible in this model, in this scrappy model. They just need to be approached slightly differently. Okay, then we have minimal friction. We all let out a groan inside whenever we are hit with create an account to continue. This account friction may not be much, but it multiplies. When sharing with a group of people, there is always going to be someone for whom the friction is too much. Scraps don't have this problem. Just click the link. Okay, that's true. It's 100% true. From the scaling perspective, eventually accounts become a little bit necessary, because any service like that is eventually going to be abused, and accounts are the reputation currency. Not currency, accounts are like it's like your balance for a reputation. If you are abusing the system, your account will be banned, your account can get access granted or revoked to different resources. So this is why eventually accounts appear in basically any online ecosystem. Like TLDraw, for instance, right? You had TLDraw, which was link-based. Eventually, though, they switched to accounts because even if you start without an account, eventually you want to keep your data around. Okay, and then we have small number of trusted users. Okay, maybe this answers my thoughts from the previous point. Scrappy assumes you trust the people you share a scrap with, which removes a lot of friction, but if you need to control access and permissions, look elsewhere. Then it's not mission critical. If you need guaranteed correctness or perfect control over details, don't reach for Scrappy. Those qualities are what you pay expert engineers for. I think they are very modest, the authors of Scrappy. I don't see any good reasons why this wouldn't be robust. This could be robust, high performance. This could offer some formal guarantees about execution. The fact that the UI is so intuitive and so easy to use, I think it makes people think that it's not meant for professionals, because professional software is hard to use. It requires long learning phase, and professionals can also use well-designed software, which can be picked up right away. It doesn't make the software, for kids or something like that. See. Yeah, this looks very cool, and all of those points, they make me think that the deployment model is actually going to be open source, but see. Scrappy versus mass market applications. When faced with a scrappy problem, something small that would benefit from a computer, most people will think maybe there is an app for that, followed by searching for an app store. Okay, this was mentioned before. If there is no app for that, or if there is no good one, you could make your own in Scrappy. We hope you do, but offer there is an app for that. If there is, it will probably be more polished than anything you can make in Scrappy. In this case, there are still reasons to consider using your own scrap. It does exactly what you need, and only what you need, nothing more, nothing less. It's homemade with love. Scraps are made by your friends, by you for your friends. A home knitted sweater will always mean more to you than a store-bought one. So this does exactly what you need. This is a very important point, but the value of mobile apps is not necessarily in what they do, but in their user interface, how easy it is to do this thing inside an app. You could create your own to-do application using Scrappy, and this to-do application can be shared with others, so you can have the same to-do list. This is nice, but a popular to-do app, it will have a lot of very, very small, very subtle user interface features that will make it more pleasant to use. So a pre-made to-do app will have nice keyboard shortcuts that will allow you to quickly, pre-fill to-dos. It will do text completion. So when you repeatedly have a similar to-do, it will kind of suggest it to you, this kind of stuff. It will do tons of small things that, even if they were possible in Scrappy, it would be a lot of work to add them. So I think if it was possible to create scraps with excellent user interface, which are actually competitive with, the best user interfaces of native apps, obviously that would require more effort. Then scraps would be totally competitive with regular applications. Okay. Okay. Homemade with love. I've read this. Scraps I made by you and your friends. A home knitted sweater will always mean more to you than a store-bought one. I think there is a great website that's a perfect example of this, the Kinopio. And you can see that this one actually it feels nice. It has this nice cozy feeling. With lots of graphics, smooth lines, lot of smiley faces, a little bit too many possibly. Or maybe not. Then it's fun and playful. In Scrappy, it's easy to play around, tweak the colors, make a cute layout, and little inside jokes. Yeah, exactly, like... So I haven't seen this in the examples. Kinopio really pushes the chill mood. So Kinopio has a much more defined aesthetic, much more unique. It's not just black rectangles. Okay. Then Scrappy is also remixable. It's easy to share with others and modify to suit your needs. Yeah. Collaborative by default. All Scrappy apps are multiplayer, like Google Doc is. You can even edit them while they are being used by someone else. Then there are no accounts and signups. If you share a Scrappy app with someone, they can start using it right away. No tedious sign-up flow stopping your friends or family from joining in. And you own your data. The data is stored locally and will only be used for nefarious purposes if its creator wants to. Okay, so the deployment is local. Yeah, this is super nice. If this is deployed locally, then I would add one more point to this list, which I think is missing from this. This is the IoT use case, like smart home. If it was possible to control your smart home from those apps. There is actually a big problem in the IoT ecosystem because every IoT device has their own app that lets you control it. And they don't work great together. So if it runs locally, then it could have access to your smart home. Okay. Then we have Scrappy versus AI written apps. What about asking LLM to make a custom homemade app? LLMs are getting better and better, and while they are far from able to make a full-fledged app without help from a software engineer, they can make small apps pretty reliably. Yeah, I think most of those small apps... So, not most of them. I actually think LLM would really struggle with most of them. It could probably create a basic skeleton of an app, but I would say maybe half of them would actually work. Especially when there is global coordination. This is where you have to write a lot of glue code and where there is a lot of opportunities to mess something up. Okay, So if I can ask ChatGPT or Claude to make an app, why would I use Scrappy? Scrappy is understandable. Using an LLM means going from an English prompt to pages of React code, which is too big a leap for non-programmers. They end up having to rely on the LLM to make changes, and are left helpless if the LLM doesn't do the right thing. In contrast, Scrappy's object on a canvas model is easy to understand, more humane, and acts as a shared substrate when user and AI can collaborate on equal footing. And because it is less overwhelming, it's more likely the user will pick up some programming skills. True, absolutely. So LLM in this context can work in two roles. It can work either as an assistant that helps you build an app, or it can work as a tool that you can use in your app. Okay, then we have Scrappy is collaborative. All Scrappy apps are little shared worlds, persistent and with live updating, all for free. LLMs are mainly useful for creating static front-end web apps. And in Scrappy, apps can be edited by multiple users in real time, whereas AI workflows are mostly type, then wait, with little room for collaboration between humans. It's not so black and white, but I see what the point is about here. Scrappy is more fun. While typing a few sentences of English and seeing a full app appear out of nowhere still feels like magic, it quickly grows old when you're waiting for minutes only to see the LLM misunderstood you again. In Scrappy there is joy in tweaking things or remixing something, a spark of, "Ooh, I wanted to do this," and it's only a few clicks and keystrokes away, a sense of creative ownership, and you can edit it together with friends. Scrappy versus HyperCard and its successors. HyperCard was popular among Macintosh users in the early 90s, and it's often held as an exemplar of enabling homemade software and end-user programming. Decades later, there have been a number of successors to HyperCard, both commercial, HyperStudio SuperCard Livecode, and non-commercial, Decker and Wildcard, among a number of open source remakes, most of which are abandonware. Let me quickly take a look. I don't know HyperCard actually at all. So we took a look at this live code. This live code, this is the only screenshot that they are actually showing on their website. It isn't looking too great. Then we have SuperCard. More screenshots here. HyperStudio looks decent. We have Decker and Wildcard. Hey, those are old programs. Okay, this is still programming mostly. So most of these have been quite literal replicas of HyperCard, driven by nostalgia, down to the black and white graphics. None have been as successful as the original. We wanted to create something in the spirit of HyperCard, rather than recreate HyperCard. Scrappy is different from HyperCard and its direct descendants in a few key ways. It's designed for the internet. Scrappy apps are easily shareable online with a simple link, whereas using HyperCard and most of its descendants is like being trapped in a virtual machine. So, I wouldn't go as far as to say this, because to not be trapped, Scrappy needs more interoperability capabilities. To be able to work with external files and protocols. And the scraps, they shouldn't just be URLs. Because URL can go away, the app can be updated, you can lose it. It has to be more self-contained. because any software that depends on a server is eventually going to bitrot, to stop working. Yeah. So there is a category of apps like static apps that they have a very well defined boundary, like an interface on top of which they run, and this makes them super stable. You can take Linux programs from the 90s and they will still work. Okay. A shared word. Hypercard stacks could be shared as a file with other users. Scrappy takes this to the next level by letting users adding and use apps at the same time. It follows modern UI conventions, uses JavaScript. Hypercard and a number of its descendants use programming languages that aren't in common use. Yeah, this is like the biggest killer for Smalltalk. If Smalltalk used JavaScript, it would actually be popular. So JavaScript is the most common programming language in the world. It's native to web and works well for a dynamic environment such as Scrappy. A larger palette of interactive objects. Many hypercard-likes only support a few elements like buttons, text fields, and images. Scrappy supports more UI elements like sliders and timers, but also data types beyond strings, numbers, dates, and compound JSON objects. Then reactive formulas like a spreadsheet. The idea of this value changes when that value changes is familiar to many and can be a stepping stone towards event-based programming, where the user has to think about state. Yeah. And by the way, Scrappy is multi-paradigm because it uses both. It uses the scripting approach, which is procedural, and this data flow-like model as well. Okay, then we have future directions. This is interesting. So, with our prototype, we think that we've been successful at providing the ideas and design principles that we started with, but there is a lot more work to do. The number of scraps that can be built in a way that feel Scrappy native is still low. Much of the time, existing knowledge of JavaScript is required. To improve this, we need to continue working both lowering the floor and raising the ceiling. Lowering the floor means making things more friendly and approachable for people with little or no programming experience. For example, improving code discoverability. We've made coding easier by presenting the names of objects visually on screen and listing their methods in the properties panel, but there is a ton more work that we can do. You should be able to click on objects to discover their methods and insert them in the code. Available names should autocomplete so you don't have to remember syntax and do as much typing. Improve debugging. You should be able to visualize the relationships between objects, perhaps as arrows, showing which objects read or modify other objects. True. Error messages should be better worded and show more information about what went wrong. You should be able to pause and rewind execution. All of this while live collaborating on an app with a friend. Then leverage AI. As we mentioned earlier, we don't believe in having an LLM make an entire app, but we are interested in having it act as an assistant, directed by the user. Maybe you'd click on the canvas and ask the AI to make start and stop buttons here, or go to a text labels when changed handler and ask the AI to write code to show an error message if using non-English characters. Make it easier to share and remix. It's easier to learn by inspecting and tweaking other people's work than it is to start from a blank canvas. We imagine a public gallery where users can publish their creations and other users can adopt and customize them for their own needs and preferences. Make scraps work well on phones and tablets. a hand-sized touchscreen is too small for editing scraps comfortably. I think a big part of this is keyboard. If it was possible to edit scraps without using a keyboard, I think that would go a long way towards making this smartphone first, mobile first, yeah. But using them on phones should work well. This is not currently the case. The infinite canvas paradigm means that objects have fixed positions, which is a way simpler mental model layout rules like in CSS, but means designs aren't responsive to screen size. However, drag and drop web page design tools like MMM and Squarespace show a way to handle this. Simply show safe areas for mobile to the user. Okay. Raising the ceiling means adding functionality and expressive power, letting users create more things with less efforts. For example, add support for collections. Currently you can edit and store strings, number, dates and JSON data, but you cannot store lists or make an editable tables like in a spreadsheet. We also don't have any kind of layout containers like lists, grids or stacks. Adding this would let authors express more things visually and they wouldn't have to resort to JavaScript knowledge and hidden state. Yeah. Instanced frames. Frames let you selectively share parts of your app, but that frame is fully synced in real time across users. This is desirable in some cases and undesirable in others. For example, when sharing a form, each user should only see and edit their own copy. You should be able to share instances of the form that still collects all the data in one place. Another example is a board game helper, where there is some hidden information and users should see some shared UI and only UI visible to them. Yeah, this would be really cool. So if you imagine a tabletop RPG game, with game master and players sitting around the table, each player typically has some of their own, hidden state, and the game master also has some of their game master state. I think it would be fun to create an LLM-based RPG game, essentially, using Scrappy and LLMs to properly limit the state of the world and to keep this visible only to game master, only to the language model, and let players see only what's actually happening. Okay, then we have tools for data processing. We found ourselves wanting to use Scrappy to process tabular data. Yeah. Things like do the same operation to all rows, filter the table based on some criteria, etc. This can be done in JavaScript, but there should be a Scrappy native way of doing this, where the data is shown. Yep. And then we have better support for reuse. Currently, if you want to repeat an object or a set of objects in your scrap, you have to manually edit them one by one or write code to manage them. Instead, you should be able to define a reusable component and make instances that stay linked to the main component. Figma has this, PowerPoint has slide masters, HyperCard has card backgrounds, all to this effect. Further, these components could be shared across projects or even with other users. Allow extending Scrappy. Some capabilities will be out of reach using Scrappy's primitives. Currently, we are the only ones able to add new objects, but we want to open this up to more people. We expect this would require programming and web expertise, so it wouldn't be something for a traditional engineer, not the typical Scrappy user. Cleaning up the conceptual model. Currently, some of the objects store data values and some support event handlers, like when clicked and when changed handlers. The current implementation is a bit arbitrary about this, which is not only confusing but also limiting. Common behaviors like editing, clicking, and storing data should be made more consistent and freely mixable, like the entity component systems of game engines like Unity. So ECS doesn't really solve this. Really, both models, like event-based processing and stateful, like procedural processing of data, they are each object that manages a piece of state. It effectively needs to expose both interfaces. If it's not exposed, then the event model, to access a stateful data, it needs to continuously poll it, which is wasteful. Yeah, so the objects need to both of these models, they need to live in parallel. One of them cannot live without the other. Trying to pick one is okay, it feels to me that it should be possible, but from my attempts at solving this problem, it doesn't seem to be entirely possible. Anyway, conclusion. We believe computers should work for people and dream of a future where computing, like cooking or word processing, is available to everyone. Where you can solve your own small unique problems with small unique apps, where you don't just rely on mass market apps made by expert programmers, where you share homemade little apps with family and friends. Scrappy is our contribution to this dream. Each scrap is a live, persistent world, easily shared and remixed, closer to familiar productivity apps than alien developer tools. Like any vision, ours is incomplete, but we've grounded our explorations in a working prototype with examples of apps. Sweet. I'm going to bookmark this. Actually, one interesting thing was this chores app, this add week object. Okay, so this is what it's doing. It's actually shifting itself and creating two new objects. Nice. We hope Scrappy will inspire you to further case this particular windmill. If it does, please let us know. Amazing stuff. Let me make sure I'm following those people. I am already following. I am following them, absolutely. Sweet. Okay, that was a bit of a break in our Automat coding. We will get back to this. We still have a ton of stuff to fix, like, yeah, all of those bugs. One thing I like is that at least it works now. So we have visual glitches, we have those error messages here, but it works. So I will grab some food, and after I do, we can resume debugging. Okay, so see you in a couple of minutes. Okay, we can get back to the stream. So let's start with the easy one. I mean, not easy one. Missing surface. I have no idea why the surface could be missing. So let's put a debugger breakpoint here and start a debugger. Also, the widget that is missing the surface does not have a name. So, I actually wonder what could be the issue. Sorry, I said I want debugger. I think I know. I think my signal handler is messing up with debugger, so I will add condition here. I mean, I will disable assembly for now. Okay, there we go. So we are inside recorder 0 and we are currently recording the root machine. So one of the children of the root machine has no surface. It's hard to say which child it is because we don't have references back to the widgets. There is no recording, no name. It was just skipped during frame packing, I guess. It's totally uninitialized. I think we should be able to somehow recover the widget. So we have this object widget store. Our root widget has a widgets property. I cannot see it here. I'm looking widget with ID 230. There is for, and there is find, and there is this container. It would be nice if I could inspect it here. Okay, and there we have it. $169. Okay, this is going to be a long process. The idea I'm looking for is... Actually, I'm not sure. 230 or something like that. $230, yeah. So I need to find 230 here. It's going to be the last one. That is a thunderstorm. I don't want to skip the lines because when I skip something it will... Okay, I will try this. Okay, to 16. We've explored this one. Let's check here. Late. This 2 to 1. must exist, right? Two to six. Okay, I just need to probably expand all of them. One of them will have the widget. There it is. So what are we dealing with? It's a proper widget, which is totally separate from an object. Okay, this is a window. So strange. We have no surface for the window. Actually, there was a bunch of different objects here. I bring this back. Now we are missing surface for the object 363. This is 361. It's also interesting that those surfaces, they appear and disappear. So the only explanation for this I can think of is that an object wants to draw its child widgets, but they have not been rendered yet and they have not been even packed. Then the surface is going to be empty. Maybe this is the case also here. If this is the case, I would like to know what widget is that. To jest root machine. Okay, it's not in the widgets array, which means it's not related to an object. It still could exist. So I think it could be related to this object. This timer delay. Possibly. Let's look at the stack trace. Is the object we are rendering. Now this is interesting. So window. So that could be this. I think that. a window has just one child, and this is... but that could also be root widget. Okay. Let's restart this. Be right back. Okay, we have hit this breakpoint again. I will ignore this. So we have 3 widgets right now which have no textures. See, and when I scroll down, now we have just 1. So this thing here there must be some widget which is not visible on screen. And I guess it is part of this top level window. It's a very interesting glitch. I don't know what's happening here. Let's give it a second to update. An interesting situation. Okay, 363. Oh, this is a new error. It happened while we were waiting for the GPU to finish. Okay. So we want to perform an unsynchronized. So one of those two has to be true. Either the sync is unsynchronized, or we already submitted everything we could. So we called this submit to GPU. Maybe some of our render threads, recorder threads are doing something strange. Now this one is waiting. Waiting. The main thread is waiting for an event. Okay. This is strange. Okay, I will ignore this bug. Maybe it's some random fluke, totally unrelated. Okay, I would like to have names for widgets here. I would like to assign a name to this widget drawable, but I cannot do this here because this is still not fully constructed, so the vtable doesn't contain the right name. That there is widget index. Automat GUI get widget index. Okay, this is a connection widget. So parent is going to be the root machine, root widget. Oh, okay. So I guess this timer has a connection widget below. And this connection widget is for duration. It's invisible. So this is why we are getting this message. If I resume this, I see more of this message, right? If I move this object out, it still appears. Oh yeah, because it's a connection for this duration here. Yeah, we actually don't have this properly implemented. We broke something in Automat, so this widget doesn't render properly anymore. But this is good. Okay, there's no need to log anything. I think we can mark this as fixed. It's more like understood. We didn't change anything, we just accounted for it in a comment. Okay, and now the interesting bug, the instruction card background. This one is very strange to me. It's very strange because our renderer, whenever we create a canvas, we always start by clearing it. It should be made empty. I have no idea. Okay, so this is our draw function. I suspect the issue could be either here or maybe in the knob. Who knows? I can, just to see, I can disable children, drawing of children. Okay, but the issue still happens. Maybe we have unbalanced save and restore. Save, restore, save, restore. Okay, so here is the paper fill. This is what should fill the background of the card. Okay, so this is just a slightly transparent paper. And we are overlaying this on top of our flat color. How does this blend mode work? That shouldn't change anything. The weird thing is that even if we didn't draw anything here, we should still get a transparent texture. I just disabled paper paint completely. I can also disable the vignette. Okay, so the paper seems to work. Paper seems to work great. The vignette is causing the issue. Why? Yeah, it suddenly causes this whole thing to become transparent. Okay, those recorder options, maybe... You can do this, require ordered recordings set to false. Maybe this is why it's not... Maybe this is why it's creating those artifacts. Yeah, that definitely should be false, because when we are creating those recordings, some of them are recorded into this overflow queue, so they will not be played back until the next frame. I'm not sure if this will fix anything though. Nope, it did not. So strange. I've just used slightly different commands to do essentially the same thing. If I reduce number of threads to 1, does the issue still happen? Yes, it is still happening. This honestly feels like we found the bug in Skia. The stuff that we are doing typically exercises very rare paths. Like, we also had a bug when we played with shadows, right? Where they just randomly start and stop working. It was very weirdly zoom dependent. And I also see this here. When I was zooming in and out, the issue was appearing and disappearing. We have a subtle vignette, but what blend modes do we have? Let's try different modes just to see. If maybe that was it. Okay, maybe modulate is not the best one because it's going to disable transparency. Okay, this actually behaves correctly. Okay, in this case there is no difference whether we are using multiply or not. The vignette is there. It's very subtle, but it's there. Stuff works. So it seems that some of those blend modes, specifically those, they seem to be broken. Or not all of them, like overlay seems to work fine. But multiply shouldn't make stuff transparent. That's not the intended effect. Or I could maybe bring back the multiply blending mode and switch to non-transparent here. But I think this is better. Okay, so the instruction is fixed, but this is not everything. We also still have an issue with the condition code knob. The outline is... It has the same issue. Here, it just gets overblown. I'm just checking all of the objects, whether they render properly. Works. Somehow we have those crashes. I have to take a look at them. Timeline. Timeline has a lot of effects, but it seems like everything is in its place. This one works correctly except the condition codes. Yeah, condition codes have issues. Okay, I cannot show registers because register is full. Assembler is disabled. The window capture works nicely. Okay, so actually there are two broken things. So we fix the instruction, but there is still the condition code knob. Let's do this now. Disable this draw over glass. I don't know which function was responsible for this glow, so I will disable all of them one after the other until one of them remains. Okay. below glass maybe. So this is the function which I think draws water. So maybe background. No, it's none of those. Draw symbol. Okay, apparently this draw knob symbol is responsible, because when I drag this, I draw two symbols. When I leave it, yep, it disappears, because this one is disabled. Okay, so let's go to this knob function. Issue is still here. So this white overlay sounds like the stuff that could be causing this problem. It's not it. Okay. Looks like this draw condition code symbol is responsible, not background, weirdly. Is it both of them? Such a strange behavior. Okay, I'll be right back. I am removing this white background because it obfuscates the image for me. I want to see when the issue happens. Sorry, clip shader, what? Skia is getting some cool new functions. This one is undocumented yet. this is still happening? Huh. Okay, it has to be this light edge. I even see this overlay mode. Why is this happening? So the interesting thing about these circles is that they disappear sometimes, right? When I continuously zoom in and out, there is a very subtle gradient, right? But the moment I stop, they overdraw. Also, when it's drawn off screen, it also helps. So repeated draws are what's causing the issue. And resizing the surface fixes it. Now this one is completely white, and those are not. There was clearly a change in how blend modes work recently. Or maybe it wasn't changing Skia, maybe it's side effect of our different rendering approach, of having multiple recorders. So when I disable this overlay, this should go away. It seems only the multiply and overlay are affected. Pretty crazy. I don't think we need anti-aliasing, this is blurred anyway. There is quite a bit of shimmer there. I don't know how to get rid of it. Whatever. I don't really care. So let's remove those returns. It's slightly annoying that we cannot do overlay. Overlay blending is doing something weird now. Luminosity also messes this up. Let's try darken. It seems like half of the blend modes is broken. This is supposed to be darken. It's not very darken to me. Screen seems to work. And I was thinking that maybe those porter def modes work, but no. They also don't work. So about those ordered recordings. I guess some of them will be ordered. The ones which are part of the frame, we could theoretically record them all in order. I left a note. So we could set this to true. This would allow Skia to cache some recording results between recordings, between recording playbacks. But as far as I know, currently Skia only caches some text glyphs, so setting up the infrastructure to do this is probably not worth it. Okay, and we fixed the graphical issues with the conditional knobs. The last one is loading animation. So this is how we do the loading animation. We do anim on paint. By the way, I would like to maybe refactor this a little bit, the way that loading animation looks. So it was designed this way so that it would be possible to create multiple loading animations, like this zoom, some kind of blinds, all sorts of effects. But when I'm thinking about this, I guess maybe instead of this root object, which kind of inserts itself here, a root widget maybe could do those animations. So we do some pre-paint, paint, and post-paint. So the basic structure is good. Instead of this shader, I could have just used a gradient. I don't know why I'm using a shader here. Okay, so our loading animation is actually a fairly complex beast. It has multiple states. Okay, so when we are at the end, almost at the end of animation, I'm doing save layer. And doing the clipping. I wonder why this doesn't seem to work. I disable clipping, isn't going to work. Nope. It looks like there is an issue with save layer. In the first couple of values seemed fine, but then it went crazy. This is such a strange thing. This used to work. I mean, the code looks crazy, but it used to work. This is weird, but when I'm actually doing the save layer, suddenly those bounds make more sense. Okay, I can pass null PTR here. It seems like all of save layer is broken. Okay, this animation definitely should be within render frame, because render frame does crazy stuff with, for example, calling the present, right? It doesn't only record commands, so the structure that we are using for the loading animation, it has to be different. Okay, I think we should add a tick function here. this loading animation so that it's consistent with all of the others. I am going to get rid of this on paint. get rid of this, and we need to call this tick when our root widget starts. Let's find the tick. Okay, all of this, I think, should move this into tick. All of those things can go here. Do I need those things? Okay, this T is actually useful. Also need this base scale. Okay, now we have to fix those issues. It's a resolution. It's such a strange thing. So instead of having this client width, client height, instead of reading this from the top level window, I could also just ask the canvas what are the surface dimensions. Or I can just make this tool, then turn them into some variables. Updated on tick, so this will happen before every draw. Let's call this client diagonal. I'll actually probably move them here. The bounds went crazy again. So our clip path is this rect, which actually seems to be, it always has the same size, okay. This transform should be fine. So why are we getting those crazy values? Maybe it's because we are not operating in the pixel space anymore. That didn't really change much. Okay, so there was a tick before every draw. Actually, slightly too many ticks. So this canvas get total matrix. This is what's causing the issue. Definitely. But let me also see the base scale. Okay, now those values, they kind of make sense because they are roughly in the center of the screen, and those are clearly pixels. The thing is, because everything is happening in metric units now, I don't really need to do this transform here. Sweet. Maybe instead of applying this to canvas, I will apply this to some transform. I'm slowly starting to understand how this works. The thing is, this twist is can be added. It's a compound transform. I think I will play with this a little bit in a moment. First, some fixes. Okay, this actually looks very good. Could even print this using metric system. So we are starting in the center of the screen with this very tiny rectangle that then very quickly grows, fill the whole window. Let me try with clipping now. Okay, I basically have to just fix this whole thing now. So let's grab our paint. I think the paint is too thick. It's obscuring too much. Let's make this 1 millimeter. It's probably still too large. I want to see infinite loading animation. This is how our animation looks when we just don't finish it ever, which is okay actually. I guess we could make this border slightly slimmer. So when we are finishing the animation, we are increasing this thing called base twist.
Patrick Nowak says,
Hey Marek, if you would rate your programming skills on a scale from 1 to 10, what rate would give yourself?
It's hard to rate oneself. It's not really a linear scale. I mean, depending on the topic you are sitting in, you will be better in this specific topic that you're doing. For instance, when it comes to familiarity with Automat, this is 10, right? Because I work with Automat every day, basically. But when it comes to stuff like web development, it's probably not so much. I never used React, never used Angular. All my websites are very bare bones HTML and JavaScript, obviously. It's not a linear space. That's my point. Okay, so what is happening here? Oh, be right back. Okay, I think so this concat is slightly different than transform, because concat can pre-multiply matrix, and transform is like a post-multiplication. So this is kind of equivalent to doing this. So this will have the same issue as before, with the rectangle kind of flying out. Yep. I messed something up. Swapping those two lines should fix the issue, I think. Yeah. Actually, I'm not super interested in fixing all of this. I just want to have a nice loading animation and that's it. It doesn't have to be super well written. Sweet. But I wanted to do one more thing. And that was about changing this API. I don't want to use this API directly. I mean pre-paint and post-paint. I will create a helper class. It's going to be called Paint Guard. It's going to hold a reference to canvas and loading animation. Now this widget easy. So now we have this single line that will take care of calling the, this final function, post draw. Yep, works. Maybe I could also get rid of this. This. Oh, okay. It has to start with hash symbol. I'll get rid of this sky color from Little Endian. Okay, and I wanted to get rid of the shader. This thing. We need 2 points. And those are going to be okay, that would be it. Allow private access. What? What have we been doing here? Okay, top color should be brighter, from what I see. And this doesn't seem to be the case. Maybe this is because of rotation. Yeah, seems like may have been the issue. Okay, so the shading is very flat. I will change this to something distinctive so that I can see gradient from this deep blue to green. Go to our rect and change this slightly. I think I remember why I used the what? Why I used that shader. Okay, this is just fully pink. Actually, it's pretty alright. I would say. Let's try some of that. Saturation, let's say 80. Lightness, also 80. Okay, it's continuously pink. Why? Yeah, wait, yeah. Oh, I see. It's because current time is very, very low. That could help. I'm doing a little more randomized kind of reinterpretation of this value. Okay, I just want slightly more random looking values. Cool. Make the colors more varied. I also wonder what would happen if we brought lightness to 100. Okay, it becomes white. just some randomness to make it a little bit more interesting. When it comes to saturation, I will use very low saturation for the background so that it looks differently from the foreground. Okay, I wasn't looking. And I think the brighter part should be more saturated. And let's name them. Nice. Now we are getting some nice colors. Okay, commit, sync, and this is it for today. We managed to fix everything we wanted to fix. So on Friday, hopefully, I will finally implement the stuff that I wanted to, which is the ability to proceed with animation without synchronizing with the GPU. So we want to only wait for the textures that we actually want to present, and we don't really need to wait for this overflow rendering. It can happen in the background. So this is what should improve FPS, hopefully. Anyway, this is for today. See you on Friday. Bye bye.